you to the city of Boston as the Tampa Bay Rays kick off the final road trip of the 2015 season, the first of 4 from Fenway Park against the Boston Red Sox. Rays coming in at 72 and 77, a half game ahead of the Boston Red Sox. On this night at Fenway, one of the beloved Red Sox of all time, David Ortiz, is being honored here prior to the game. Hi, everybody, and welcome in front of the Green Monster at Fenway Park. I'm Todd Callis. We'll be joined by Dwayne Stats and Brian Anderson for the game broadcast in just a little while. A little bit later start to the broadcast tonight, 7:20 first pitch, due to the ceremonies honoring David Ortiz, hitting home run number 500, becoming the 27th player in Major League history to accomplish that feat. Tonight, the Rays will have Chris Archer on the mound to kick off this 4-game series and 7-game road trip, 4 here in Boston and 3 in Toronto. But for a little while, we pay tribute to the designated hitter for the Boston Red Sox, who last week at Tropicana Field came into a game against Matt Moore with 498 home runs. In his first at bat, he hit number 499 on a fastball. And then Ortiz on a breaking ball made history with home run number 500. Poppy would continue on with yet another as they celebrate at Tropicana Field. This one at Oriole Park at Camden Yards, which puts him in his current total of 501 on the all-time list of home runs. As we take a look at his career marks, 26 other players in the history of this amazing game have hit as many as 500 career home runs. Poppy winning World Series titles back in 04 when they broke the curse, 07, and then 2 years ago, a 3-time World Series title holder. 9-time All-Star, and as you can see, no designated hitter has more hits in the history of the game than David Ortiz. 501 being displayed above the Green Monster in left field. Also, they are spelling out 500 on the center field area there, and the Red Sox are paying tribute to David Ortiz tonight. Ortiz has had a nice little battle, one-on-one battle through the years against Chris Archer. Archer, early on in his career, took exception to David Ortiz, styling a couple of those home runs, but now it's at the point where Ortiz not only respects Archer, but mentions him and praises him every time he talks about the Rays right-hander. Archer going to the mound today, seems like he keeps rolling along. Today he'll hit another mark. The milestones continue for Chris Archer. Earlier this year, his first All-Star appearance. Then he set the franchise mark for strikeouts in his last start. You can see he is second in the American League in strikeouts with those 243, and he's also second in the AL with a 212 opponent's average. Archer, in our never stop improving lows moment, shows that each year he has thrown more innings in that ERA this year at its lowest mark of his career. He's only 12-12. A lot of that's out of his control. A 10-9 mark last year, the 9-7 mark the year before. What does reaching 200 innings mean to Archer? And he'll accomplish that after 5 outs tonight. Here's Chris before his start.
When I got traded over, James Shields made it a point to tell me what was important. And that's the first thing that he pointed out. And at the time, I was like, I'd never thrown more than like 130, 40, 50 maybe. It was really hard to conceive the thought of pitching that many innings. And he described what it meant, because it's a number, but it means that you help your team the most you possibly can.
So there you see Chris Archer. He will accomplish 200 innings tonight, and he still has 2 more starts to go, 1 in Toronto and 1 at Tropicana Field. David Ortiz being honored at Fenway. We will have more with Rich and O in our Fox studios next.
Yankees in 2015, playing Gold Glove caliber defense in center field. Kiermaier's going to go to the wall. He's going to have to leap, and that ball is caught. Kiermaier robbing Machado of a home run for the first out here in the bottom of the first. Wow. And yesterday, Kiermaier got his first career walk-off hit. A little tapper. Going to be top. Throw to first. Rays win. Rays are winners. Kiermaier beat the play on the throw to first by Scope. And the Rays scored 2 in the 9th inning to defeat the Baltimore Orioles 7-6. Tonight, the Rays begin their final road trip of the season versus Big Papi and the Boston Red Sox. And we welcome you to Fenway Park in Boston for the first game of a 4-game series between the Rays and the Red Sox. With Brian Anderson, Dwayne Stats, great to have you aboard. Let's take a quick look at our starting lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Brandon Guyer, Mikey Montouk, and Evan Longoria at the top of the order. Down the middle, Logan Forsythe, Asdrubal Cabrera and James Loney, followed by Richie Schaefer, the DH, then Kevin Kiermaier and J.P. Arencibia. Eduardo Rodriguez on the hill for Boston. And the first pitch of this game, presented by Pinch a Penny, is ball 1. There's a long one, high and deep. I mean deep and gone. Out of here. Completely over the green monster. Over the monster seats and out of Fenway Park. 1-0 Rays.
Well, Brandon Guyer picking up where he left off in yesterday's ball game off of Zach Britton. And now 2 pitches into this ball game off Eduardo Rodriguez. That ball was destroyed. Out over the plate, not a lot of movement to it, and perfect flush contact. Rays lead.
Second pitch of the game. Shot into orbit off the bat of Guyer. And here's Mikey Montouk. Fouling away the pitch, strike 1.
Well, Eduardo Rodriguez sitting at a record of 9-6. Those 9 wins lead all American League rookies. And I'll tell you what, he's been very good in his last 5 starts, an ERA of just 1.72.
Bouncing ball, gloved by Bogaerts, but no play at first. Montouk has himself a base hit.
Mike. Let's take a look at the Red Sox defense and see how that's going to line up here tonight. Brought to you by BMW. In the outfield, left to right, we have Rusney Castillo, Jackie Bradley Jr., and Mookie Betts. And across that infield, third to first, Brock Holt, Xander Bogaerts, Dustin Pedroia, and Travis Shaw, with Ryan Hanigan behind the plate.
Here's Evan Longoria. Moved to first and back in. Montouk. Well, a home run and a base hit to start this game for the Rays. Longoria takes a strike on the outer part of the plate. That fastball around 93, 94 from the young left-hander. That's a hot shot into left center field. That's going to skip all the way to the wall. Montouk hitting third. They're going to wave him around. The throw comes to the plate. It is not in time. Montouk got in there head first to make it 2-0 on the double by Longoria.
And I'm sure the Red Sox are going to want to take a look at this, but it certainly looked like in real time that Mikey Montouk was able to sneak that left hand to home plate before being tagged by Hanigan. Close play at the plate. The Rays aggressive on the base paths. This ball getting to the wall, I think, made up the mind of Charlie Montoya. That ball was drilled it, and here's the relay. Good strong throw. And it looked like Mikey Montouk, that left hand getting by Hanigan. You can see him try to block it right there. Not able to do it. and the hand to the plate just in time. Well, making sure you get a good look at him. Charlie Montoya, I mean, jeez. Escort right to the plate.
Yeah, Charlie was right there to help on the call. He had a pretty good look.
I don't know if I've ever seen a third base coach. I've seen him come down the line. I don't know if I've ever seen them escort a runner to the plate quite like that.
And he wasn't waiting for Tom Payne to make the call before you could see the celebratory clapping of the hands on the run being scored. So this will be challenged here by Boston.
I don't think that we have seen anything that would make you think there's enough evidence to overturn it. I mean, maybe you go with a stance, but certainly it looked like the left hand, as Ryan Hannigan tried to block it from the plate, was not successful. I think it beat the tag. Right here, look at him try to get that left foot out there and block that arm. Not able to do it. There's the tag, but that hand certainly looks like it's on the corner edge of the plate.
John Tumpane, the plate umpire, making the call. And John Hirschbeck, the crew chief. The two of them huddled together. Montook went in head first, caught the plate.
Yeah, he's safe.
Torey Lovallo, the acting manager of the Red Sox, in the absence of John Farrell.
Very interested onlooker there in Chris Archer, as he'll be taking them out at some point.
Yeah, he's had a tough time here at Fenway Park. He, number one, like to have as many runs as he can get. Set a positive mind frame going out there for him. They're taking a long time reviewing this one. And at least we need to remind you it's got to be clear and convincing. And they've apparently decided, and he's safe at the plate. And the Rays take a 2-0 lead. On the home run by Geyer, base hit by Montook, and the double by Longoria to start the evening. So it's 2-0, and the call confirmed.
Well, how many times have we seen the Rays come out against a stuffed kind of a guy, a young pitcher here in Eduardo Rodriguez, his rookie year, trying to get himself established. He's been throwing the ball well recently, and they have absolutely ambushed him here, 3 hitters in.
There's Logan Forsythe. He takes the ball. The run batted in for Longoria, his 69th, as you see Forsythe up there with his numbers. Logan coming off yesterday with a couple of hits, including a 3-run home run against Baltimore. And he's ahead in the count, 2-0.
You know, the adjustment made here by Rodriguez already, the first couple of fastballs in to Logan Forsythe, something that he's been more willing to do since coming over to the Red Sox than when he was in the Orioles organization. That willingness to pitch in against right-handed hitters.
There's a shot off the mid of Shaw, rolling up the right field line. Longoria is going to head to the plate. He will score, and the Rays make it 3-0. Forsythe, a hard hit liner off the first baseman's mitt of Shaw.
Now get a couple of pitches in, and then get something that you can go the other way with. And he just inside outs it. Travis Shaw not quick enough on the reaction. That ball off the glove, and when it dies out there in shallow right field, Evan Longoria able to just trot home. Boy, what a start.
4 consecutive hits, 3 runs home. Here's Asdrubal Cabrera. Fouls it back. Out of play for a strike. What a way to start the game on that ball that Geyer hit. Completely out of here.
Yeah, usually it's the starting pitcher that sets the tone. Right now it's been Brandon Geyer. He has absolutely set the tone here for the Rays in the first.
Way upstairs, 1-1. Cabrera got back into the lineup in the Saturday game. And a base hit in that one. Ground ball third. Holt backs up. Out at second and out at first. And that's a close play. And now we have the Rays dugout saying, hold on a minute.
Well, you certainly don't want to lose two base runners, and that's why Kevin Cash wants to see if this is pretty decisive in the Rays' favor. It certainly was a bang-bang play, and that's why he's awaiting word, and you don't blame him one bit.
And I think he wants them to take a look at this one.
And typically, the way that you would like it to work out is if you're going to take a look at a play like this early in the game, then you've seen something pretty decisive. And I think that would probably
be
decisive.
Yep, right there.
That's safe. This should not nearly take as long.
Well, the first review took 2 minutes and 43 seconds. It only seemed longer than that. And it all turned out for the Rays. And now this one, Cabrera, as we can see from the replay, beat the throw. So he'll be safe at first. Forsythe forced at second base, and the Rays will have a man at first with one out. That should take care of that.
Well, if they can get this call made in a timely manner, they can cut down on the average. 2:43, then maybe another 40 seconds. There you go.
Safe at first. So the Rays get a call overturned. 2 challenges here in the first. Chris Archer might need to go down and start warming up again.
And he started warming up early
we
for this
that.
ball game. I mean, he was out, a 7:20 start is what we were all told coming in. He was out there starting his long toss at 45 after 6. I mean, that was a full 35 minutes before this game started, and being the visiting pitcher, obviously, you're pitching second.
So Cabrera's at first base with one out. Here's James Loney. Pitch inside. Loney hitting .287. And that last challenge required only 1 minute and 12 seconds, we're being informed.
And that was about 42 seconds too long.
Loney pops it to the left side. Bogart's out from shortstop into shallow left. 2 gone. And now Richie Schaefer getting a start tonight in the Rays lineup. Schaefer DHing. He comes in hitting .200 with 3 home runs. And his number is very interesting when you look at what he's done against left-handed pitching. Against lefties, he's only 3 of 32. 7 of 18 against right-handed pitching.
Well, and if you watch him swing, you start to see a little bit why. You think about most lefties are going to try to get him out down and away, and lefties down and away to a righty. That ball's going to be moving away from the right-handed hitter. He flies open so violently down the third base line that at times he will give away the outside portion of the plate. And so, understanding that, with him quick with those hips to open up down the third base line and giving away the outer portion, it ends up being not as surprising as you would think. But certainly Richie Schaefer needs to do a much better job against lefties.
One strike the count. One and one. The pop fly right side. Pedroia is going to go into shallow right, making the catch, and the Rays are retired. But they have a very productive first inning. They score 3. Geyer's home run started it. Run first for the Rays. We go to the bottom of the first. We'll take a look at the Boston lineup presented by your Southern Ford dealers. Mookie Betts will lead it off. He'll play right, followed by Dustin Pedroia, and then Xander Bogaerts. David Ortiz, who was honored tonight, the DH. Travis Shaw hits 5th in front of Rusney Castillo. Brock Holt, the third baseman, hits 7th, followed by Ryan Hannigan, and then Jackie Bradley Jr.
Well, Chris Archer looking for that 13th win on the season, and I'll tell you another number, 5, and that's the number of outs that Chris Archer needs to get to the 200-inning plateau. That was one of his goals coming into the season. Obviously, you get the feeling he should eclipse that, and eclipse that rather quickly, but at 198 in the third so far, 243 strikeouts in those innings.
Well, here is Betts hitting 287. And the first pitch is a strike from Chris Archer. Fastball at 93. Archer 12-12 on the year. Since 2013, 0-6 here at Fenway Park. That's almost unbelievable. 2-1. He's 1-6 in his career, covering 10 starts during the regular season.
And this is a team that has given him trouble. They have made him work. He's averaged over 20 pitches an inning against this team in all those starts. And you just don't see that from Chris Archer. Pretty efficient for a power guy.
Yeah, contrast that with what he's doing this year. He's averaging 16 pitches an inning, and he's second in the league in strikeouts with 243. And he walks Betts to start the bottom of the first, and you could see that expression on his face, disgusted with that walk to begin the bottom of the first.
Yeah, go back to his last start, and those are the numbers against the Red Sox. But in that last start, he went against the New York Yankees. He gave up 2 runs in 6 innings. In the top of the second, it was a walk to Beltran, a double by Greg Bird. Beltran scores. And then in the 6th, when he gave up his other run, it was 2 walks in that inning that put the runner in scoring position that Chase Headley drove in. So the walks have really hurt Chris Archer here recently. And really, you can go back over the last couple of months. His walk rate is up, and they've been costly.
No ball 1 to Pedroia. 6 pitches, 5 out of the zone. Did Pedroia go? He did not. He tried the slider there, and it's 2-0.
Pretty good check there by Pedroia. At this point now looking for his pitch. 1 pitch in 1 spot, something that he can drive.
And Archer having trouble finding the zone behind 3-0.
Well, not sharp at all. Now, does that go back to the way that he warmed up? Warmed up very, very early. Maybe that's normal for him, but I know that we looked at each other like, hey, this is not an 0-5 start. This is a 7:20 start. Why is he already out there?
Yeah, he was down there starting to loosen in the bullpen. We looked at each other and said, he's got a long way to go before he pitches, especially because the Rays are here, the visiting team.
And Eduardo Rodriguez, there was no sight of him. He was nowhere to be seen for the Red Sox.
That's a strike, and the count is full. Leadoff walk to Betts, full count to Pedroia. Bogart's on deck. The right side out of play, forcing another full count pitch. Red Sox come in averaging over 4.6 runs a game. And ball 4, that one's skipping away from Aaron Sebia. So Betts moves up, and Pedroia draws the second walk in as many hitters.
Well, let's go ahead and set the Rays defense for you, and let's hope that they get involved here soon. Brought to you by BMW. In the outfield left to right, we have Brandon Geyer, Kevin Kiermaier, and Mikey Matuk. And across the infield third to first, Evan Longoria as Drew Cabrera, Logan Forsythe, and James Loney with JP Arancibia getting the call behind the plate.
Well, these 2 walks, a serious development especially with Bogarts coming up. For the last 4 months, he has found himself as a leading major league hitter, and he's 4 of 10 in his career against Archer. There's a cut and a miss, the ball popping away, and up to third and second go the runners.
Unfamiliarity. Rene Rivera has been behind the plate for the last 17 starts of Chris Archer. JP Arancibia has caught 1 out from Chris Archer. This is just a slider down and away. A swing and a miss, but popping away from Arancibia now puts 2 men in scoring position. Unfortunate right there with nobody out.
A 1-strike count on Bogarts. Bogarts, the second leading hitter in the league at 322, and even better with men in scoring position at 345.
And you can see already some communication issues with Arancibia. Now, this is a group that has not worked together all season long. And listen, the pitcher-catcher relationship, very important. And he's had Rivera back there for the last 17, getting his first full-time game with Arancibia and trying to iron some things out here early.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want, especially here and against a team that has been hot since August. Chases a slider, and the count is 0-2. That would would be the leaderboard in the American League. As we mentioned, Bogaerts second, trailing Miguel Cabrera. One ball, 2 strikes. Stays with the slider. The Rays deciding that they'd like to see this battery matchup tonight with Archer and Aaron Sebia. Ground ball to first. Out at first. Now throw back to third. A little hesitation by Betts. He started down the line, and when Loney made that pickup, he looked toward the plate, and that halted Betts.
Yeah, because James Loney was fully prepared to take Betts out at the plate. Here it is. Look at him. He's gonna. I'll go home. And now you catch Betts into no man's land and trying to get him at third. Regardless, you get it out. No move up, no run scored, but a dangerous man here at the plate.
David Ortiz, the DH, with 35 home runs. Takes a cut and fouls it back. Strike one. Ortiz honored for getting to the 500 mark. You see his numbers against Archer. A couple of career home runs off Chris.
And you see Chris Archer staying away from him with that first fastball. Put it in a good spot. Not much Ortiz was going to be able to do with that, as he's probably looking to pull here early in the count. The thing with David Ortiz is, though, if you're going to go away from him here with the monster and left, you got to keep it down.
One ball, 1 strike.
That pitch that stays up in a way that he can swing same plane across the plate, that's the one that he will drive the other way with power. You got to stay down.
Two walks, a pass ball, second and third, 1 out. Ortiz lines it to second, and a race to the bag. The Rays are going to get the double play. The defense pays off. Leaping catch by Cabrera, and he managed to get there, beating Pedroia to the bag at second. It's 4 unassisted, but certainly not as mundane as it will look in the scorebook after this grab and the race to the bag. The Rays get out of that, and the Rays hold a 3-0 lead. Out of trouble in the bottom of the first, And here's that line drive double play.
Well, the shift goes into effect, and as Asdrubal Cabrera with the awareness to get back to second base, and you got a very, very happy pitcher on the mound. Put himself into trouble with those walks, but wiggles out of it just like you said, Dwayne.
And here's Kiermaier taking the first pitch for a strike. Oh, 2. Kiermaier, then Aaron Sebia and Geyer. Cutting the miss. So Kiermaier is the first out in the second inning. JP Aaron Sebia. Pitch a little wide. One ball, one strike.
Now you can see that fastball by Rodriguez. Not a ton of movement, but it's firm. 93, 94. We saw the sweeping slider to Kiermaier, also the changeup.
He's ahead of Aaron Sebia, 1-2. You know, he has interesting splits too when you look left right on him. Lefties have hit 296 off him.
I think that's where that willingness to start to pitch inside, not only to the righties but to the lefties too, and a very good off-speed pitch there by Rodriguez, down and away to get out number 2.
2 up, 2 down, and here's Brandon Geyer. Well, Geyer has taken 3 swings and hit 2 home runs. Yesterday, first pitch in the bottom of the 9th, a home run on Zach Britton. Second pitch of the ball game tonight, home run out of Fenway Park off Eduardo Rodriguez. There's ball 1 high.
Yeah, that's a pretty good day and some change already. 2 at-bats against 2 tough lefties and 2 bombs.
One and one the count. It's 2-1.
And he tried to entice that breaking ball right off the shin. And Brandon Geyer, we talk about it all the time, how he not only doesn't concede ground in the batter's box, but he may move his way into a hit by pitch, and he's done it plenty.
You know, we talk about primarily players defensively and body control. He has great body control in the batter's box to the tune of being hit 19 times this year.
And I wonder how many of those he could have avoided if he really wanted to. I mean, at least half. You'd have to say there weren't many that he couldn't get out of the way of, but he's got that technique where it looks like he's rolling out of the way, but that hip is moving right into the pitch, and he will take his base.
Full count now. Yeah, because there aren't many of those that are so blatant that you could put up an argument against it. I mean, he's got that down. He does a great job with that. That's how to play up the right side.
Well, once the game said that batting average really doesn't matter, it's all about on-base percentage.
Yep. Well,
how do I increase my on-base percentage? Maybe I'll have to take a couple. Anything to help.
And he draws the walk and is on again. Home run and a walk tonight. 2-out pass here in the second inning. And then we'll get Mikey Montook to the plate. Well, the Rays in a position here in the closing couple of weeks of the season where they'll take a look. They'll look at Aaron Sebia behind the plate with Archer. They'll look at Mikey Montook. And they've gotten some pretty good returns so far.
just a couple days ago, the 5-hit game. And he got himself that playing time. You know, the Rays had that stretch, and actually they're still in that stretch of facing a lot of left-handed starters. So he got a lot of starts, consecutive games out there, and he produced. And Kevin Cash was like, you produce, you're going to play.
Sitting 299 right now.
Now you're trying to figure out what you have moving forward, and at the same time trying to put a scare into everybody here this year in the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's easy to play a young hitter when he's doing what Montook has been doing and do it with legitimacy here. Two strikes the count now. And his breakout lefty righty.
Well, you keep splits like that, it'd be real tough to take you out of the lineup on any day.
It's covered up by Hannigan, keeping the ball in front of him, and the slider down.
I mean, really, you go back over the last couple of weeks, the only thing that keeps Mikey Matuk out of the lineup is getting 5 hits.
Yeah, he didn't play the next day.
Well, the odds were against him. He got them all the day before.
Shot back into left. Castillo there, though, on the track in front of the monster. Makes the catch. Ray's going to walk, leave a man, and lead 3-0. Toyota, let's go places. By Outback Steakhouse, curbside takeaway. And by Morgan Auto Group, making Morgan, we make it happen. Chris Archer back to the mound here in the bottom of the second inning. Travis Shaw leads it off. Castillo next, and then Holt. Well, Archer got through what was setting up to be a shaky first inning. First pitch is a strike. Shaw hitting .281. Lines this one deep down the right side, well foul. Shaw has made the most of his opportunity. 11 home runs in those 51 games. One ball, 2 strikes. Red Sox were persistent in trying to get Shaw. They drafted him out of high school. He did not sign. 2 years went by. They drafted him again.
What are you thinking if you're Travis Shaw? I guess you're wanted. No doubt about it.
2-2.
Well, he's done a nice job for him. Another young player looking to break through. Had a big game against the Rays when he first got called up. We took notice. And he continues to swing a good bat. Really, there's not many guys in this lineup that aren't swinging a good bat right now for the Red Sox.
That's been a big part of their resurgence. They've gotten some offense and they've gotten some pitching. Lost a couple of guys at the back end of the games in their bullpen. Ooh, close pitch right there. 3-2.
And that's really where they've struggled. I mean, if you go back to, they started a 3-game winning streak on July the 30th, and you go back to that time frame, offense has been there, starting pitching has been there, bullpen shaky. Another walk.
Leadoff walk. That's the 3rd one already issued by Archer. Let's check in with Todd Callis. Todd?
Dwayne, thanks. What you guys were talking about earlier about getting some answers for the future, and you mentioned JP Arencibia catching Chris Archer. Archer has 2 more starts to go after tonight, 1 in Toronto, 1 in Tropicana Field. You'll probably see Luke Maile get one of those 2 starts. Well, Kevin Cash is thinking we've already seen what Rene Rivera can do behind the plate with Archer. He wants to see some other guys. Right now, the Rays are going to end the season with 4 right-handed hitting catchers and some answers for next season to be known for sure. Guys, back to you.
All right. It's a ball low to Castillo. Well, Rivera caught 24 of his starts. Bobby Wilson, when he was here, had 6 of them. Kurt Casale, 1 of them. And Arencibia did sneak in a 1/3 of an inning. And now he's catching in this start.
And really no fault of Arencibia, but the early returns not encouraging as Chris Archer continues to struggle with command. He was bailed out by his defense in the 1st inning and already a leadoff walk here in the 2nd.
Oh, ball 3. Rusney Castillo. And he takes a walk. Well, back-to-back walks to begin the 1st, back-to-back walks to begin the 2nd. And boy, you're really playing with fire when you do that 2 innings in a row.
Well, if you go over, how about this? Chris Archer, his first 18 starts this year, he's 9-5 with a 2.18. Last 13 starts, 3-7 with a 4.03. The interesting thing, right down here, how about the run support average? Absolutely the same. And one of the things leading to the higher ERA has been not only a little bit of a struggle with runners in scoring position, but his walk rate has gone up significantly. And we're seeing that here tonight.
This is on the first pitch to Brock Holt. Well, he walked 4 against the Yankees last time, 2 the time before that against Boston, then 3 against the Yankees, 3 against Baltimore in the start prior to that. That's a strike, and it's 1-1. Two men on, nobody out. Holt lines this one foul into the stands. It's 1-2. Ryan Hannigan will be next. Holt starting the night at .282 with 2 home runs and 40 runs batted in. Ground ball short. Cabrera will step on the bag, throw to first to get the double play, and over to third goes Shaw. Well, a line drive double play in the first ended the inning, and this ground ball double play really takes a big part of this pressure away.
Boy, is some of the sting from those two walks is Jewel Cabrera once again. This time he does it getting to the bag and then making the throw, but the Rays defense here so far bailing out a little bit of a lack of command from Chris Archer. You'll take it any way that you can get it and hope to get on a good roll, maybe starting right now.
Hannigan takes a strike. Well, that double play gets him to 200 innings pitched this season, and one of his personal goals to help the team. 200 innings pitched for Archer as a result of that double play. Broken bat, the ground ball to third. Longoria's throw, 2 walks to start the inning again, and no runs scored. A big double play. 3-0 Rays. Reminder, fans, raise a glass to the last regular season homestand. Come see the Rays battle against the Blue Jays Saturday, October 3rd, when all fans receive a Rays Oktoberfest freezer mug presented by GTE Financial while supplies last. For tickets, call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays Up, great way to prepare for the offseason with that Rays Oktoberfest mug.
I am right with you. Right with you.
We'll be sure to get our hands on a couple of those. Evan Longoria takes the pitch, and it's in there for a strike. Our Toyota trend, Longoria, 81 runs batted in against the Red Sox. And during that stretch, the only hitter with more would be Jose Bautista. Bit wide there. 1-1. Rays tonight face Eduardo Rodriguez. Only 22 years old, out of Venezuela. And he hits the same spot wide. 2-1. Speaking of the Blue Jays, when the Rays meet them on that homestand, they have a 3-0 lead at home on the Yankees in the top of the third right now.
Well, they did it the Rays way. Just come right out banging and score 3 runs in the first.
The Rays will be heading to Toronto after this 4-game series against Boston. Tapped to third. Holt with the pickup, and they throw to first in time. And Evan is out number 1 in the third. Boy, for the Rays to get out of those first 2 innings unscored upon, that is a very big deal here in this game and in this ballpark.
And think about the first inning. It ended up being second and third with nobody out. And then you've got first and second and nobody out in the second. How many times have we talked about the Rays lamenting missed opportunities early in a game? A pitcher settles in. Well, Chris Archer has the opportunity to do just that, settle in and go to work.
It's a ball to Logan Forsythe. Logan got credit for a run batted in with a base hit in the first. He doubled and homered, hit a 3-run home run yesterday in the wrap-up game of the series at the Trop against the Orioles. Now that pitch out there called a strike, and it's 1-1. Two and one. On the ground to the shortstop Bogarts. 2 ground ball outs here, 2 up, 2 down. The Rays faced Rodriguez back on the last day of July. He had a no decision, working 5 innings and giving up 3 runs, 6 hits, and 4 walks in that game. He threw 110 pitches in 5 innings, and that's still a high for him in terms of pitch count. Now it's Drupal Cabrera. This one is down. At the time, that was a career high. Since then, he's had 1 game in which he surpassed that. That was against the Indians in a game he won. 114 pitches, and he pitched 8 innings in that game. 1 ball, 1 strike. Headed toward right center. Betts over there, though, and he makes the catch for the out. Betts making his first start in right field at Fenway. Handles that one. Inning. A high-def highlight presented by H.H. Gregg, and a couple big double plays here in the first and second innings for the Rays.
Well, Cabrera with the line drive to get out of the first, and then after back-to-back walks, takes this ground ball, takes care of everything himself to get to 2 outs with the runner on third. Chris Archer would finish it off from there.
Jackie Bradley Jr. takes a first pitch strike. He's hitting ninth. Well, how many times have you seen a pitching line for Archer? 2 innings, no strikeouts, and 4 walks. No runs.
I would venture a guess of never.
2.
There's a reason why that double play is called a pitcher's best friend. And you could see why here in these first 2 innings, getting Chris Archer out of trouble and keeping this a 3-run lead for the Rays.
He's ahead of Jackie Bradley Jr. Bradley in earlier trials up here had struggled, and then this year came back, got very hot, and then subsequently has cooled. Hitting an even 270 right now. Well, take a look at that. That's one extreme to the other.
And those last 11 games, you'll remember when the Rays faced him, they really went to work on him, and he came into that series very hot and left very cold and has not picked it up a whole lot since.
Still a ball, 2 strikes. High fly ball. It's Kiermaier. And Bradley Jr. is the first out in the third. The Red Sox have been very encouraged by the development of Betts and Bradley and Castillo. It'll be interesting going forward to see how that carries over. Betts, as we've discussed about him, he's been impressive from the time we first saw him. And they're going to have to figure out, if all 3 of those guys work out, how they're going to distribute their playing time in the outfield. For example, who's going to play center, who's going to play right. We mentioned Betts in right field making his first start out there at Fenway Park tonight.
Bradley Jr. getting that call in center. And here's the thing, too. You start to create a logjam. So let's say that you got Castillo, Bradley Jr., and Betts. Okay, what do you do with Hanley Ramirez? Well, you think first base. But what about Travis Shaw? If he continues to play well and he becomes your first baseman, well, then you say DH. Sorry, they've got a DH. I mean, you start to run out of positions for Hanley Ramirez. Bogarts is, solid at short.
Dave Dombrowski coming over here to run the operation. And like a lot of us, when you see Bradley play center field, you have to be impressed with the job he can do out there, and I think Dombrowski is very impressed with him in center field. Betts has done a nice job as well. Pops this one foul, and the count is full.
Well, you've got athletes out there. You think about Betts, Bradley, that combination somehow working out there in right and in center. Cover a lot of ground, which you have to do once you get out to right center. Gets pretty deep out here.
Yeah, there's some challenges to playing the outfield. There's another walk to Betts. So after the first man was retired, Betts draws the 5th walk given up by Archer tonight.
I can't remember a start off the top of my head where Chris Archer had 5 walks in the game, let alone he's almost has as many walks as outs recorded. 7 outs so far. And 5 walks.
Pedroia pitches down, and down to second base goes Betts. Aaron Sebia battling that pitch before he could get a handle on it to make a throw. And on ball 1 to Pedroia, Betts winds up at second.
This ball well short. And up into Aaron Sebia. This was just better anticipation by Betts. I mean, no hesitation at all. He saw a ball in the dirt, and he went for it. And it turns out that it was the right read and the right call. That ball didn't get that far away from Aaron Sebia, but Betts anticipation was too good.
This one is down and picked out of the dirt by Aaron Sebia. How about this for walks, as Betts is now at second on that wild pitch. 5 walks tonight. Just to give you a perspective, in the month of June, in the entire month of June, Archer walked 5 hitters in 1 month. In 2 1/3 innings tonight, he's given up 5.
Stat of the night right there. Stat of the night, a month. That's pretty incredible. And, you know, for a power guy, he does have good command. But, you know, it's been something that has been an issue. It was an issue in his last start, really cost him, you know, getting that loss was because of the walks, set everything up. Here tonight, his defense has bailed him out.
Ground ball shortstop, grabbed by Cabrera. It's a nice play and a good, strong, accurate throw to first. So 2 gone with Betts at second. You see there, the last time out, 4 walks and 2 runs allowed in the 6 innings of work in that game against the Yankees. That was on Wednesday. And both the runs he gave up reached on the walk.
There was a leadoff walk to Beltran in the second, and then 2 4-pitch walks in the 6th before Chase Headley dumped the ball into left field. Those unforced errors, boy, do they come back to haunt, drive the pitch count up. A lot of times they score.
Bogaerts takes a strike. Fastball in the mid-90s. Well, look at this. Not only is he hitting .345 with men in scoring position, with 2 outs, that goes up to .387. He's hit the ball the other way a lot. And there's a foul ball that way, out of play. 2 strikes.
That's been the big difference. It's taken away from his power numbers, but it is definitely up that batting average and on base percentage.
How about that distribution?
I mean, where do you play him? That's why you see the Rays. I mean, there's a little bit of a shade. I mean, Loney's off the line at first and Forsythe up the middle at second. But other than that, you got to play him pretty much straight up.
Into the dirt, blocked by Aaron Sebia. Slider breaking into the dirt in front of the plate. Well, we've seen a wild pitch. We've had a pass ball, 5 walks, and a couple very big double plays. And now Archer facing Xander Bogaerts at the count of 1-2. Cut the miss. He gets him. Strikes him out on the fastball. They leave a man in scoring position. 3-0 Rays. time for you to tweet your strongest fan photo. Use hashtag #SSDataStrongFan, and you just might see yourself in an upcoming broadcast. It's all brought to you by T-Mobile. Fourth inning will find James Loney leading off against the left-hander Eduardo Rodriguez. The pitch is a strike. Richie Schaefer next, and then Kevin Kiermaier. Rodriguez coming off a 5 1/3 stint against Baltimore on the road. His last time out, he gave up just a run on 5 hits before departing. Lost that game 2-0. He had beaten Cleveland, New York, the Yankees, and the Phillies prior to that loss. And in that stretch also had a no decision against Kansas City thrown in there. Still the ball, 2 strikes.
Well, during that streak, he's shown much better command. His walk rate was much better. He was very good with runners in scoring position, holding the opposition to just a 161 average. And really not that many attempts, just 31 total at-bats with runners in scoring position in the 6 or the 5 ball games.
Lifted toward left center and shallow for Bradley Jr. Loney's the first out. 5 in a row, retired by Eduardo Rodriguez following the walk to Geyer. In fact, that's 10 of 11 he's retired since the Rays jumped on him for 3 runs in the first inning. Here's Richie Schaefer.
And it didn't take long. I mean, it was the second pitch of the game, and then the Rays went to swing him and had him on the ropes early.
Yeah, they had 3 runs, 9 pitches into the game. Strike the count on Schaefer. And that one hit him. Schaefer hit by a pitch.
Eduardo Rodriguez frustrated. This is a slider breaking down and in, and Richie Schaefer just holds his ground, and that ball ends up hitting the back foot. Here it is. Kind of sweeps the breaking ball a little too much. Richie just stands there and takes it right off the instep. That couldn't have felt good.
Kevin Kiermaier. Kevin out on 3 pitches against Rodriguez his first time. Takes it down. Boy, Kevin delivering that infield hit against Baltimore to end the game yesterday against a tough lefty in Zach Britton. We've seen a lot more of left-handed pitchers since August.
As well he should, if he's going to be your everyday, and he should be your everyday center fielder for the different ways that he can affect a ball game. And you know what was so neat about yesterday's game was he was down to Britton 0-2. It looked like Britton was going to get out the 3-pitch strikeout to Joey Butler, then 0-2 on Kiermaier, but he's realizing even when you're down in the count against a tough lefty, put the ball in play.
Yep.
You've got a chance, and that's exactly what he did, and it won the game.
Well, and we've seen his approach. We'll take another look at that.
I mean, here it is, 0-2. Put the ball in play. Okay, now throw me out. That's the thing. His speed is such a difference maker that he doesn't have to pound the ball into the outfield. Just give yourself a shot.
Well, that's what he did yesterday, and we've seen him do more of that, playing essentially every day since early August, and he's hit right around 300 against righties and lefties combined, around 250 off left-handed pitching. Flips it into left. Castillo comes in to make the catch. 2 away. That's been a good development, though, with Kiermaier, because we've seen so many ways that he can be valuable to this team. Without question, the best center fielder going right now, and you want him in there as often as possible. So if he can battle against left-handed pitching, and he's shown signs of being able to do that, that's a big step forward for Kiermaier and the team. J.P. Arencibia at the plate. Ground ball headed into the hole and through out into left field. Schaefer advances to second. Arencibia picks up his first hit tonight.
J.P. Arencibia does exactly what you tell a hitter not to do. A left-hander, get him work you down and away. You try to pull it. This is usually trouble for the hitter. Ball down and away right off the end of the bat, but guess what? He finds a hole. He keeps this inning alive and gives the Rays a chance.
Now Brandon Guyer, who has homered and walked in this game. Line drive, and this one is caught by Pedroia. He continues to hit the ball hard. Rays lead 2, and they lead 3-0. Ortiz, great moment presented by Geico. He was honored in ceremonies here at Fenway Park before the game tonight. And a new vehicle to add to his collection. And some of his best friends popping out of that vehicle.
Pedro
Martinez there.
Tim Wakefield and Jason Varitek.
Well, the 27th player to reach the 500 home run mark. And 9-time All-Star with 3 World Series titles. And he's leading off the bottom of the 4th against Chris Archer. Fastball inside. Archer has walked 5 through 3 innings tonight. And it's the 5th time in his career that he has walked as many as 5 in a game. 2-0. Last time was in August of last year against the Tigers. But he's walked 5 in only 3 innings tonight. Final play. 2-1.
I think that's what gets your attention more than anything else. He had 5 walks through his first 7 outs of this ball game. but still nothing on the scoreboard for the Red Sox.
Upstairs, 3-1. Well, we mentioned earlier, we gave him credit for too many decisions here, but it has not been easy for him, and a couple of games started at Fenway. A 771 earned run average and a record of 0-1 in those 2 starts. Towering popper, short right, and Forsythe is there to retire Ortiz. Against the leadoff man here in the 4th inning, Ortiz, 1 away.
He took advantage of David Ortiz wanting to be aggressive. A 3-1 heater that was borderline, probably out of the zone up. He gets the swing and a pop-up, and to turn numbers around like that, sometimes you've got to get over the mental hump. And so it's been a struggle here early on, but Chris Archer can still look up and say they haven't scored, and I got a 3-run lead. Settle down for a few more innings, and you could take this one home and pick up a win against this team. Hasn't had one since the first of those 10 previous starts. That was over 3 years ago, was his last win against the Boston Red Sox.
2 strikes the count on Travis Shaw. Foul, rolling it down in front of Brian Butterfield. One and two. Was the count even? 2 balls, 2 strikes. And that ball's a fair ball by Loney. Mata comes to get it, and Shaw winds up at second. That will be the first hit for Boston.
Well, Travis Shaw, you see where Loney is lined up, and he's able to hit that ball, get it on one hop, and able to squeeze it by him. Kind of surprising. James Loney put himself in position, playing right on that line, and still not able to come up with that baseball.
Yeah, that's threading the needle between Loney and the line. For the 9th double of the year for Shaw. Here's Castillo. Strike the count. Rusney Castillo walked on 4 pitches his first time. Out to second. Forsythe makes the throw to first, and Shaw advances to third. 2 gone now in the 4th. Hitter is Brock Holt. Holt grounded into a double play. Cabrera to Loney in the 2nd inning, after the first 2 hitters had walked. Strike 1. He starts Holt with a slider there. One and one. With all these walks, Archer's percentage of strikes a little over 50% right now, 54%. It's a nice stop by Aaron Sebia. A slider in the dirt. It's 2-1. Now you'd like to see that percentage up between 60, 65, somewhere in there. So he's about, well, at least 10 percentage points, 10 or 12 below where he'd like to be right now.
And he's had to do some dancing and get some help from his friends to keep this Boston team off the scoreboard. So pretty miraculous that that's happened. And he's 1 out away from getting out of this issue right here.
Two the count.
When you're around that 50% range, you think about that. That is a 2-1 pitch being put into play. That's a lot of bad counts to be in. A lot of walks, a lot of base runners, a lot of opportunities for the opposition.
And he misses inside. Full count. Fortunately, Braves have been able to keep the Red Sox in check in that department tonight. 0 for 7.
Hey, this is where it hasn't been pretty, but he has made pitches and good defense behind him when he's needed.
There's a base hit into center, and Boston is on the board. Well, you can only flirt with that so often before they finally come through, and Shaw scores on the single by Holt. It's 3-1.
Well, and look at the count. You don't want another walk, so you're going to challenge the guy right out over the plate. Well, full count, you got to throw a strike. Brock Holt knows that. He's waiting for it, and he finds green grass in the middle of the field.
Ryan Hannigan takes the first pitch strike. Archer gets a new baseball. John Tumpain is a young umpire behind the plate, only 32 years old. But he's shown a trend that if you're consistent with him, he'll give a pitcher a strike once in a while. But that's not been the case with Archer tonight. He just hasn't been consistent. One and one now to Hannigan.
You've got to build that trust before you're able to take that next step, and that's to get that borderline pitch.
Yep. Mm-hmm.
If you don't do that, then you're right. You're treated like an outsider, Dwayne. An outsider that has to prove something.
It's all about relationships. 1 and 2. And if you're consistent with your location out there, with that umpire back there, you're developing what could be a very beautiful relationship. Work with me, he says.
I mean, isn't that what it's all about?
That's it.
I feel like I should be on the couch right now.
And a swing and a foul tip. Now, he just got a little bit of that one to stay alive.
That seems made up. That call right there seems made up. Did he get a piece of that? You're never going to be able to tell. Well, it certainly looked like this slider down and away got off. Ooh, he did. He absolutely got that bat out there just enough to stay alive.
Oh, strike 3 call. Good pitch right there at 97. Second strikeout for Archer. Boston picks up a run, leaving a man. It's 3-1 Rays. this game tonight and all season. Tires Plus donates $100 to the Pediatric Cancer Foundation for every Tampa Bay Rays home run televised on Sun Sports. 2-run ball game now. Mikey Matuk will open the 5th. Facing Eduardo Rodriguez, young left-hander. Matuk singled and scored in the 1st. Well, let's see if the Rays can rebuild that lead. It was 3, it's now 2. One off speed. That's a nice little pitch right there.
And good changeup, good arm speed by Rodriguez. I'll tell you that's the other, his fastball changeup combo, very good. Slider, trying to get that to be more consistent.
2-1.
And the one thing that he does is he tries to keep things simple. Fastball, changeup, slider, move the ball around the zone, not overpowering, but definitely has a firm fastball, that 93-94 range.
This one is cued. Another changeup to the right-handed hitting Matuk. A couple of pretty good changeups in this series of pitches.
When you get a hitter leaning like Matuk is, and now all of a sudden 2-2, yeah, 1 and 2 you'd feel a little bit better about it, but 2 and 2 you've got him set up for that fastball in to lock him up, because right now he's looking on the outer half of the plate for something to hit up the middle or the other way.
And he fouls it the other way.
See, if you're a command guy, you've got Matuk stumbling across that plate trying to get the pitches. You come with a fastball in right now, I promise you, he will not swing it.
Well,
I mean, he may take it for a ball.
Yeah.
He's not swinging it.
It's hard to physically swing at a pitch if you're doing that.
He is set up for the heater in. See if they do it.
Down and in. He missed. Full count.
And that ball almost looked like it had some cut action to it. Great idea. That was the right pitch, but the wrong execution. And now he's got to throw something now here out over the plate.
And a cut and a miss. He goes back to the changeup. So he picks up the strikeout to begin the inning.
The one thing that fastball did that was in, even though it was in off the plate for a ball, it served the purpose of speeding Matuk back up. He saw 94 close to him and thought, ooh, I got to get this thing started quick again. And then he comes back with the changeup, and here it is. Got to be quick. Uh-oh. And then you realize you're too quick.
Yeah, and that's where it's really an art form. When you see a guy who works a hitter that way, and we've seen, he's still working to have as great a command as he can get. And sometimes you see accomplished pitchers do that. It's truly an art form.
Well, he's got a good pitching coach to learn from right there, too.
I was going to say, there's a guy you like. Longoria has a base hit, his second hit of the night.
And the thing, I had a chance to work with Carl Willis in Cleveland, and the thing that I always liked about him as a pitching coach was he was always very positive, but he was also very calming. I mean, he wasn't a guy that was going to come out there and get things riled up. He was positive, he was calming, always looking for a solution to the problem and a way out. Mm-hmm. And I think that your better pitching coaches, that is the kind of demeanor and the kind of approach that they have. They're always, hey, listen, forget about what's going on here. This is how we're going to make it right. And, they're always positive and looking forward to better results.
Forsythe takes it up 1-0. Well, you break it down, it's really about teaching and moving a moment forward.
Yeah, I mean, to reflect on anything that's already happened, you're just going to set a guy up for failure. Regardless of how you got into a spot, this is how we're going to get out of it. That's something that Jim Hickey's great at doing, too.
2-0, and Bogaerts is coming in from short to have a quick word with Rodriguez. Runner at first, 1 out. Forsythe ahead in the count. Logan had a base hit and a run batted in the first. take for ball 3 on the fastball.
And that's one of those pitches, if you've been consistently around the zone, that's a strike.
Yep.
That's a good pitch right there.
There you are, right at the bottom of the zone. Ooh, and another one.
That's right there, too. I mean, and listen, if I'm Eduardo Rodriguez, I'm not real happy with the way those last 2 pitches went, because he really dialed up, threw some good fastballs out over the plate, and did not. I mean, it's the same exact spot. No call.
So the walk. Put runners at first and second. Forsythe at first. Longoria on second base. Jubal Cabrera 0 for 2 tonight. And a foul ball back, strike 1. So the Rays here with an opportunity maybe to reopen their lead a little bit. It's at 2. Cabrera has been a big part of preventing the Red Sox from scoring. Involved in a couple of double plays in the first and second innings. 0 for 2 at the plate tonight. There's a line drive to second and a look to first, but no chance on the double play. Cabrera lines out. Pedroia made the grab. So we have 2 men on with 2 men out here in the 5th inning. I want to say hello to a couple of young viewers watching tonight. Great ladies. Lena Kagnina Piasecki is 100 years old today, a great Rays fan. And Vi Junkin was at the Trop yesterday to see that exciting Rays win. She is 99 years young. Great Rays fans. Happy birthday, and we wish the best to those 2 fine ladies.
I mean, almost 200 years between them.
How about that?
How about that is right.
I've seen some great baseball.
Yes.
Tapper foul by Loney, strike 1.
They've seen just about everything.
Yeah.
Really.
Absolutely. So Lena and Vi, happy birthday. Congratulations.
Across the board.
Ground ball right side. Pedroia with a pickup. The Rays put 2 men on, leave them there. We are through 4.5, and the Rays lead 3-1. through life, grow through life. By Geico, 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Checkers, epic meals, epic deals. Chris Archer on the hill tonight for the Rays. 80 pitches through 4, and the first pitch is a fastball by Jackie Bradley Jr., strike 1.
And that is just sticking with the script. I mean, this Boston team has forced him over his career at just over 20 pitches per inning, which is where he's sitting right now, and very uncharacteristic.
A little comebacker. And he throws a strike over to Loney, 1 away.
Well, that's a great start. You try to start to clean that pitch count up so you can get a little bit deeper into the game. You need some quick outs, and he gets one there with Bradley Jr.
Mookie Betts. Betts twice has walked. And he takes that one for a ball. Strike call, 1-1. Archer walked 5 men, 2 1/3 innings into this game. It's a pop up. Will it stay playable? Loney's after it, and he's going to be out of room just behind the dugout. You're thinking another quick out there in his quest for a low pitch count inning. But that one in the second row behind the Boston dugout. Straightens him up a bit, 2-2. Yankees batting in the top of the 6th at Toronto. Blue Jays holding a 3-0 lead in that game. Into center field. Kiermaier's right there. 2 gone. So 2 up and 2 down. Most popular way, by the way, to follow the action of Rays baseball is with MLB.com at bat. It's the #1 app for live baseball. Enjoy live look-ins, highlights, replay reviews, scores, StatCast. You get live radio broadcast and a lot more. Get the MLB.com at bat app now. Dustin Pedroia, who has walked and grounded out. Archer trying to put together his first 1-2-3 inning. There's a first pitch strike. Fastball, mid-90s to Pedroia. It's too high. There's a slider up. 1-1. Well, that slider has been a little erratic tonight. Up sometimes short in the dirt.
There is no question that Chris Archer is trying to find a consistent release point with that pitch, because you're right, some have been bounced into the dirt. Aaron Sevilla has had to really work behind the plate. Others have, it's almost like he's trying to feel it into the strike zone so they stay up. They're not real tight and sharp.
The chopper cutting across Longoria, trying to make a quick throw and cannot get rid of it. Pedroia is aboard. Well, Longoria doing everything he could to get that final out, and he just couldn't find the handle on it. Needed a quick exchange if he was going to have a shot.
Yep, and that's what he knew. I mean, that ball, as soon as it was hit, you're thinking this is trouble. Straight down, a high chop, and here we go. Here's the race. Now you got a scoop throw, and you can see he just never makes it into the hand clean.
Pedroia aboard on the infield hit. Bogarts is at the plate. That's a first pitch strike. Bogarts grounded out to first in the first, struck out in the third. One of 2 strikeouts for Archer tonight. Archer started the night with 243 strikeouts, now 245, second in the American League behind Chris Sale, who has 259. Foul out of play. 1-2. Ooh, pretty good pitch there that goes for a ball close. And it's 2-2 fastball. And tried to get that one by him. That one in the mid-90s. See that one just off the plate. And a swing and a miss. A clean swing there, and Aaron Seavey will have to go back to pick it up. But the inning will continue. Pedroia to second, and Bogarts reaches on the strikeout as that pitch gets away.
Bogarts has had trouble with the slider down in the zone all ball game long. He swings at this one that's just off the point of home plate, and it comes up, and you see Aaron Seavey positioning himself over that baseball. It kicks back off the left arm, and the Boston Red Sox are afforded a fourth out here for all intents and purposes.
Well, the Rays and Archer have flirted with trouble early in this game, and now on the infield hit by Pedroia and the strikeout of Bogarts on that pitch will get Ortiz to the plate with 2 men on and 2 men out.
And Jim Hickey leading that entire discussion. That was not a back and forth as much as Jim Hickey giving instructions. This is what we need to do to get out of this inning.
Ortiz lined into a double play in the first, popped out to second in the 4th inning. First pitch is a strike. Foul. And Arnie Baylor, the first base coach. So 2 strikes now. Shot that'll be picked up by Cabrera with the shift on. The shortstop Cabrera from the second base spot throws him out. 2 left. 3-1 Rays through 5. Rays jumped early. Second pitch of the game. Brandon Guyer connects off Eduardo Rodriguez, hitting it out of Fenway Park. Evan Longoria doubles home a run, and Logan Forsythe got into the act as well, driving in the third run of the inning.
I mean, the first 3 Rays hitters of the ball game score, the first 4 with hits, and then it's been the defense. Chris Archer has not been sharp. 5 walks through 5 innings. I'll tell you what, he's gotten some good defense behind him. He's made pitches when he's needed to, and he's helped Boston just 1 run.
Richie Schaefer takes a strike from Eduardo Rodriguez. Schaefer hit by a pitch in the 4th inning. 0 for 1 officially tonight. It's 1-1. Jenny Romero busy in the Rays bullpen. One and two.
That right there is a snapshot on why Richie Schaefer has struggled against left-handed pitching in the big leagues. That off-speed pitch moving away. Richie Schaefer, watch him leak, open up, lose everything, give up that outside corner and then some, and that ball just tails away. The bat is not long enough.
Ground ball right side. Shaw with a race to the bag, and out the call on this one. And the Rays might want to take a look at that one as well.
Well, Eduardo Rodriguez a little bit slow getting off the mound, so Travis Shaw said, I've got to do this myself, and he's able to just beat Richie Schaefer to the bag.
So Kevin Cash came out of the dugout for a moment, has decided not to challenge this one.
How do they not run into each other?
All 3 of them.
Okay, got it. And then somehow they avoid. There you go, moving in.
The only time I've ever seen that maneuver was a marching band at halftime of a football game. And not run into each other.
Did they then? Yeah, no. I get what you're talking about.
Yeah. 1 strike to count on Kiermaier.
It's not late night with the Rays.
No.
So keep it to yourself.
1 ball, 1 strike. Two.
A little emergency swing there by Kiermaier, caught by surprise. That's that willingness by Rodriguez to pitch in. That is one way. You talked about his splits earlier in the game where he struggled against left-handed hitters. That's how you start to turn those numbers around. You start to pitch him in. You know, most of the time as a starting pitcher, when you face a left-handed hitter and you're a lefty, you work them down and away 90% of the time. And so they know that. They look middle away. They try to take you up the middle or the other way, and if it's a mistake, they'll pull it with power. But you start to pitch those lefties in, make them a little uncomfortable, you'll start to turn those numbers around.
Kiermaier out on strikes. Right on cue.
Yeah, that's the example. The pitch in sets up that swing on the pitch away, where he did not dive out over the plate, still concerned about the pitch potentially in it. Just look at him reaching. Just a swing that really didn't have much of a chance, and that was due to the sequencing of Rodriguez.
Ground out and a strikeout. J.P. Arencibia. One ball, no strikes. Gets the strike on the fastball. 1-1. Ball, 2 strikes. Sebia hits one deep to center. Bradley Jr. back to the track and makes the catch. The Rays are out in the 6th inning. Bradley turned around and ran right to the spot. It's 3-1 Tampa Bay. Bruce Archer gone after 5 innings.
Well, and it was a battle. It was a battle for him. You can see the 5 walks. He really struggled with his command early. Those 5 walks came after he had retired just 7 Boston hitters. But he got some help from his defense. That was 2nd and 3rd with 1 out. That inning started 2nd and 3rd with nobody out. Able to get out of that inning. Able to pick up a couple of strikeouts against this Boston Red Sox lineup. A big fastball there to Bogarts to get him chasing up in the zone. And so 3 hits given up, the 5 walks, but more importantly, just has given up 1 run. Only able to get through 5 innings, and now he'll turn it over to the bullpen and hope they can close it out for him.
Vinny Romero takes over. 99 pitches for Archer. 57 strikes. Travis Shaw. And that first pitch is a strike. Shaw has walked and doubled. Now action in the Red Sox bullpen. Fly ball into left. Geyer in line and makes the catch. Shaw is out of there. Fans chance to end the regular season with a bang when the Rays host the Blue Jays Saturday, October 3rd. After the game, stick around for a post-game rave when Steve Aoki comes to the Trop to perform hits like Boneless. For tickets, call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com. Rays up. It's a pop foul backing out of play by Castillo. Strike 1.
Hey, Dwayne, I got one song on my phone where I'm not sure who the artist was, but Steve Aoki helped mix and worked with them on this song. And I'm telling you, it gets you where you need to be. That's all I'm telling you.
All right.
It's like you put it on, it's insta energy. And when I'm able to work out again, I've stopped drooling. And any day now, that song's going to get broken out.
All right. I'll look forward to that. So I hope it's sooner rather than later because I want to see that.
I don't know if you want to see it. I'll tell you about it.
One ball, 2 strikes. Foul ball back. Still a ball, 2 strikes to Castillo. Tuesday Castillo against Henry Romero in the bottom of the 6th inning at Fenway. Upstairs. Well, Archer 5 innings tonight. 1 run, 3 hits, 5 walks, 3 strikeouts, a couple wild pitches, and departs leading 3-1. Strike 3 call. Castillo caught looking.
And I love John Tumpain's call on the called 3rd strike. I mean, if you wander into it, he will knock you out cold. Watch him. I mean, this is aggressive. Bam. I mean, right there. Just drop the hammer. And that's what Eddie Romero did. And that's exactly what John Tumpain did. Quick and to the point.
Good reason for the catcher to wear that helmet. Brock Holt takes ball 1 down, 1-0.
I mean, he's no Enrico Palazzo, but he'll do.
Backhanded, picked up, and he could not get the throw away. Well, the backhand had popped out. He grabbed it with that glove and still looked as if he might get a play at first base, just couldn't get rid of it.
Boy, that would have been a play. The backhand bobble and then complete it. But you're right, Forsythe, and it's trouble too because you've got Brock Holt running who can get up the first base line. And Wisely.
There's Holt. He can run and he gets down the line quickly and then also lands.
That back toe caught. He did a header.
It's inside to Ryan Hannigan.
I know that move.
I know you do. Fortunately, there was only dirt down there on the infield.
Avoid the curb and the sidewalk.
Yep.
That's really good.
Now this one gets away from Aaron Sebia on that pitch down. Well, a couple of wild pitches charged to Archer, and that fastball down and could not be corralled by Aaron Sebia.
Well, he has had some tough pitches to work with here tonight. And this one, because it's the fastball, Aaron Sebia is expecting that ball in the zone, and so not able to position himself to block. He tries to backhand it off the glove, the wrist, and another runner in scoring position. But boy, he has been under fire back behind the plate.
2-0 the count to Hannigan. Three balls, no strikes. Infield hit by Holt. Wild pitch charge to Romero. A strike, 3-1. Brandon Gomes in the bullpen for the Rays. There's strike 2.
I mean, what are you going to do with that pitch? Eddie Romero, we've already seen him get a called strike for a strikeout on that pitch, but you come with 97 in that location right there, ball number 4 and 5. There's not much a hitter can do.
And that one missed for ball 4. So the infield hit followed by the walk. Bring Jim Hickey out of the dugout. Jackie Bradley Jr. due up. As promised earlier in the game, We've selected the Data Strong fan photo of the game. Tweet your strongest fan photo to hashtag SS Data Strong Fan for a chance to be featured in an upcoming broadcast brought to you by T-Mobile. Well, another conference out here involving the Rays pitching coach. Two on, two out. Jackie Bradley Jr. will bat against the hard-throwing left-hander Eddie Romero.
And don't let the score fool you. I mean, this looks like a clean, a 3-1 game in the sixth. This has been anything but. This has been a struggle for the Rays right out of the gate. They've just been able to piece it together. There's been a lot of that. A lot of pitches missing the zone by a wide margin.
That one getting close to 100 miles per hour from Romero. Two balls, no strikes.
And this is where you got to be careful. Jackie Bradley Jr., he is gearing up for the fastball right now, and he is looking for something out over the heart of the plate.
It's a strike, 2-1. Three balls and a strike. Full count on that foul ball. It's 3-2.
Well, you've got to come all the way back and get Bradley Jr. The last thing you want to do is get Betts to the plate here with the bases loaded. And so you've got to throw a strike, a quality strike, and retire Jackie Bradley Jr. That is the end game for Eddie Romero.
3-2. Ground ball chopped by the mound. Picked up now by Forsythe. Throw to first. Got him. And now they have a man hung up between third and home. And they called him out at first. The idea of to go ahead and continue that play had to do with any potential of a play being overturned. The only issue is they don't have, at this point, the right to challenge again.
Yeah, and I thought that they had a pretty good chance at that. I thought that Bradley Jr., that was close enough that you'd want to take a look, and you're right. That's why Aaron Seavey and everybody wanted a call to be made at home plate, because they're like, if that comes back as overturned, then we need this call to be out at the plate, so the inning's over anyway.
Well, here's the call, the play at first. The call is 6th inning, and there was no challenge left for Boston. That's a close play at first. Was he safe or out? And had they had a challenge, was that going to be definitive enough one way or the other to overturn a call? That's the question.
Yep, and you know they would have taken the shot at it. There's no doubt about it. May not have come back in their favor. That's about as close as you can get to the ball in the back of the glove, the foot on the base. But you got to give James Loney credit. Okay, he's called out, but he's thinking you got to complete the play. And so if for some reason that play came back and they overturned it, now the Rays are looking for that 4th out, which would end up being the 3rd out of the inning at the plate. That's why they wanted a call there, not realizing Boston couldn't challenge and the inning was over regardless.
It would have been very interesting because there was no call at the plate.
No, there was not.
So Loney heads up, did what they have talked about from the very beginning when they instituted the replay challenge, but there was no call at the plate in case they needed that one.
You know what that means? All that means is, Dwayne, we would have had more replay. We would have gotten replay on the play at first. They come back, they overturn it. He was safe, but then we got to replay the play at the plate. I mean, more replay is just, it's the greatest thing that's happened to sport.
But if you're replaying it at the plate and there's no call, who does the challenge?
Can we say that again?
If there's no call at the plate, you don't know if he's safe or out.
Right.
So who's going to challenge him?
Part of the entire play. Our producer, Kevin Patterson, was yelling at me for being really high on lots of replay. So I didn't catch you the first time. Sorry.
Heath Hembree is the new pitcher, and the pitch in the hole. Bogart's a long throw. It's safe over there, the call.
The throw floated, and you can hardly blame Bogarts because it was such a tremendous effort. But he had to get rid of the ball quickly, and he couldn't really get a whole lot on the throw. So it floated over there, and Brandon Guyer's able to beat it. See, he's got to get rid of it quick, and he's in the air, and Guyer just able to get there in time.
Guyer leads off the inning with a base hit here in the 7th against Hembree. Rodriguez worked 6, gave up 3 runs, all very quickly in the first inning on 6 hits total. 4 strikeouts, a couple walks, and a hit batter. Now against the right-hander, Grady Sizemore will pinch hit for Montour. Guyer's back in. The Rays, who lead by 2, could certainly make it a bit more comfy if they could score here in the 7th inning after putting the leadoff man aboard. And another toss drawn at first. There goes Guyer. Pitch is down, and the throw. Safe, the call. Guyer gets a steal.
Well, and this is where the Red Sox, being that it's the 7th inning, they could go out and ask very nicely for a review here. This was a heck of a job by Bogarts to corral the throw and get the tag over. Watch him, got to go behind and then slap it over, and he just whiffed him. That was the case. Bogarts trying to make the case, but you'll see right here the swing and a miss, and Guyer gets the leg in. The tag is not till after the fact.
So it's a stolen base.
We want more replay.
Yeah,
here
comes Torey
Lovullo
really
out. Good. And you're going to see, this should not take long. He can ask for it, and they may look at it, but the swing and a miss by Bogarts. He initially did not get the tag there in time, and then Guyer's foot got to the bag.
So that's Bill Welke. So on the request here, because we are beyond 6 and in the 7th, they will take a look. Did he get him or not?
Did he graze the toe? Now, see, this is what we're resorting to. Did he graze the toe with the 4th finger of his glove? I'm officially done. I am done with replay for the rest of the night. This is the absurdity of it.
Well, they will review this one. Stolen base safely accomplished is the call. And boy, if he touched him with the tag, it was by one little thread of an eyelid on the glove.
And fourth finger.
Apparently developing an allergy to reviews.
I feel a little stuffy too. In fact, speaking of fourth finger, that's what replay deserves.
Well, here's the question. What if you had just a little strip of leather hanging down off your glove and you managed to tag a guy with that? You know, you might want to equip all of your infielders with leather hanging down from their gloves.
So as they swing it, it flutters.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then you have touched them with your glove. That'll be the next move. Everybody will outfit them. They'll all have fringe on their gloves.
Yeah. I mean, the simple fact that we're having this conversation, it just...
It's disturbing.
It is. Yeah. But it goes back to this.
Well, a little closer look here, enlarged. And now they're going to call him out.
You got to be kidding me. So great.
And again, you know, we've had this discussion before. What is a definitive look?
Apparently that was.
Okay, good. It's a great idea. We should have more replays.
Right. Well, that's what I've been saying it all along.
Oh my goodness. Yeah, you know, you want to get all the calls right. That's the idea. Get them right, but I don't know. So 1 out, bases empty. 1-0 the count to Sizemore. Is down 2-0.
You know, it's funny because in the production meeting, the simple fact that we had a discussion on how we were going to handle replay going forward, and then we get this night
3-0, 251. It just seemed longer than 2 minutes and 51 seconds.
Add up all the replay time here tonight, and that's minutes that we'll never get back in our lives.
Well, ball 4, Sizemore is on. Well, the purpose of the replay is laudable. You want to get it right. But the game is so good when it has a flow and the rhythm about it, and it has no chance to have either when you're interrupted as many times as we've been tonight.
And when you take the game of baseball and interrupt it, you make it really, really boring. I mean, that flow that you're talking about, the in and out plays, pitches, okay, but when that's constantly being chopped up, then you and I are talking about adding flair to your glove to get tags.
Gloria fouls it. I'm going to tell you, somebody's going to start doing that on that play. It's that close. You just put a couple of extra leather strings hanging down from your glove. Ball was in it. That's part of my glove. I tagged it. It's clear and convincing. But that's how ridiculous it can get.
Confetti off the end of your glove.
Yeah.
Anything for an edge, right? I mean, those are a lot of times are bang bang plays, and if you can get some flair hanging off the edge of that string a little bit longer and have more of them.
Yeah. Then you'll get runners and infielders wearing longer shoes
clown shoes into second.
Yeah.
Where's the diminishing returns on how big the shoes get, where it slows you down or it adds to you getting into the bag? Or you know what? What about the little hand guards that we put on our hands when we get to first base? Let's just make those 2 inches longer. And when we slide in head first, it gets to the bag a little quicker.
Yeah, absolutely. Just looking for the edge. 1 on, 1 out. We're in the 7th.
At what point do we just script the games and just become,
Ground ball toward the hold. It's short. Bogarts. Wide throw. That ball will roll back at first toward the tarp. Sizemore's at third. They'll put up the stop sign for him there. Longoria winds up at second. And the Rays have men at second and third with 1 out.
Well, and now here's your opportunity. It's been gift wrapped by the defense of the Boston Red Sox. Bogarts right there in perfect position to get that throw, at least for the force play. And he hurries the throw, kind of short arms it, and it sails away from Dustin Pedroia.
So a fielder's choice and an error, the 9th error of the year charged to Bogarts. And you're right, the Rays now with a gift-wrapped opportunity. Second and third, 1 out. And Logan Forsythe, who singled in a run in the first and hit the 3-run home run yesterday against the Orioles. Up here in the 7th tonight. Chance to extend this lead. 3-1 ball game right now, and the infield comes up with men at second and third. And a take for a ball. Pitch there, 2-0. Keith Hembry on the hill. In the dirt, blocked by Hannigan. 3 balls, no strikes. Tommy Lane is now up in the bullpen for the Red Sox. And they will go ahead and walk Forsythe intentionally. And the bases are going to be loaded. Bases loaded, 1 out for Asdrubal Cabrera. Carl Willis, the pitching coach, heads to the mound. It gives us an opportunity to look at tomorrow's starters presented by Chevron. Rays will face another left-hander, Henry Owens, on the mound, and they'll counter with their own lefty, Matt Moore.
And how about the job that Matt Moore did his last time out? 7 shutout innings. He did it efficiently, effectively. That was as good as we've seen Matt Moore since the year that he won 17 games.
Yeah, that was very encouraging. And Matt's a guy you can't help but root for him. He's one of the good guys, a lot of good guys around, I guess, but he's really a good guy. And it was a good performance and nice to see for his sake and for the club.
And I love the fact that, he was so efficient in that outing. They could have left him in there. But getting him out after 7 shutout and letting him bask in that outing and the success that he had, I think that really bodes well for the future. And hopefully he can come out and closely resemble what he did his last outing.
Here's Asdrubal Cabrera. Goes after The first pitch fastball, strike one. Sizemore is at third. Longoria is on second. Forsythe is at first. Well, the Red Sox had a lot of opportunities early. Now the Rays presented with a great opportunity.
And really, you got a chance to blow it open here late in the game. That's not going to get it done.
Popped up toward the line and left. Castillo's there to make the catch. Two gone.
Yeah, about the only hope you had there was that ball would somehow sail into the stands. Not to be, and now you need a 2-out hit.
James Loney, who is 0 for 3 tonight up here. And the Red Sox are going to make a pitching change. They have the left-hander ready in the bullpen, and we will be back in a moment. Fill up your Polar Pop Cup for just 79 cents. By Kubota. For more information, go to FloridaKubotaDealers.com. By the Florida Department of Transportation, who reminds you to drive sober or get pulled over. And by your Gulf Coast Honda dealer. Tommy Lane's going to be the new pitcher here in Boston at Fenway Park tonight, where we are now in the 7th inning. The Rays have the bases loaded with 2 outs. They lead 3-1. And they're trying to add to that lead, take advantage of this opportunity.
And James Loney's going to stay in there. He's got a nice approach against both righties and lefties, and look for him, outside of a mistake from Tommy Lane, look for him to use the middle of the field and the other way. And that's where he will have success against Lane and try to get some of these runners home for the Rays to expand this lead. And you see how the defense, in a nod to him using the whole field, plays him straight up. I mean, you've got Holt off the bag at third, but other than that, pretty standard.
Ground ball, first base, back of the bag, and Shaw makes the play unassisted, and the Rays will leave the bases loaded in the 7th. 3-1 Tampa Bay. 3-1. Tonight's cold hard facts are brought to you by Clean Crisp Coors Light. Take a look at the standings since the 18th of August. The Blue Jays, as we know, have been red hot, but the Red Sox are also 19-11 since then. And that all is reflected here in the American League East, with the Blue Jays leading New York by 2.5. And they have a 4-0 lead on the Yankees tonight in Toronto, moving into the top of the 7th. Brandon Guyer goes over to play right. Grady Sizemore stays in. He'll play left. We move into the bottom of the 7th. Alex Colomé on the hill facing Mookie Betts, the top of the order. And he lines a base hit into right. Guyer over there to make the pickup. And Betts is aboard for the 3rd time tonight.
Well, we've seen it with starters, and now we're seeing it here with Colomé. Guys come in with great stuff. No reason to sit back and wait on them to dictate the action. Be ready to hit. Betts was one pitch and a base run.
Five hits in the game for Boston. Dustin Pedroia takes a fastball for a strike. Pedroia's been on twice, had an infield hit his last time, walked his first time, officially 1 for 2 on the night. They got him on a ground ball to short in the 3rd. They take that right here. One and one. Betts back in at first. Archer worked 5, gave up a run. Manny Romero 1 inning, no runs. Ground ball. Cabrera, will they get the out at second? The answer is no. Cabrera diving stop and trying to get it out of the glove and to Forsythe, and it was a little bit to the shortstop side.
And I think that even if Forsythe is able to corral that pitch from Cabrera, that it looked like Betts got in there to beat it anyway. It's a moot point because the ball got away. Tremendous effort to get there. Now find a way to get it to Forsythe. And here it is. A little bit of trouble getting it out of the glove. You can see, yeah, Betts was already on the bag, so it would not have mattered even if Forsythe is able to catch that baseball. Betts already there.
So that will go as a hit for Pedroia. Betts up to second. Second infield hit of the night for Pedroia. Now Xander Bogaerts. The pitch is a strike at the knees. Bogaerts out on strikes a couple times. Grounded out to first in the 1st. Tapper foul. 0-2. The middle part of this order now, starting here with Bogaerts and 2 men on. High fly ball back into left. Sizemore will have to try to play it off the wall. Kiermaier over to play the Carroll. One run is in. Stopping at third is Pedroia. It's a 3-2 game. Betts scores. Bogaerts winds up at second on an 0-2 pitch. He hits it high off the wall in left to make it 3-2.
Boy, that close to giving the Red Sox the lead. The ball stays up. That ball's popped up, and you got the monster in left. Not that far. I think Bogaerts thought that he got it. This ball's going to come off high off the wall. And Brian Butterfield over there at third base holding up Dustin Pedroia. As you can see, the throw by Kiermaier. Strong arm, well offline, but not taking any chances here with nobody out.
So it's second and third with Ortiz at the plate now. The pitch is a strike. Ortiz 0 for 3 tonight. Stopped by Aaron Sebia.
And more important than ever in this game with the tying run at third base, you've got to smother everything. Keep Pedroia there, make them earn this. Tell you what, the Rays defensively are conceding this run. Really, they've got the shift on, the deep shift. As you can see, Forsythe right back in there.
Down again. Stopped by Aaron Sebia. 2 balls and a strike. Riefenhauser in the bullpen for the Rays. Kirby Yates up as well. Two and two.
And now you got a chance to go for the strikeout here on Ortiz. And you could see David Ortiz, and a lot of this is the way that he gets pitched with runners in scoring position. You're not going to give him anything to hit. And if you can get him to get outside of his comfort zone and expand his zone, you can hold him to numbers like that.
Nobody out, a run home. 2 men in scoring position. Two to Ortiz. Ground ball toward the middle. Backhanded. The throw to first will get him there. Nice job by Cabrera. The tying run scores. Bogaerts advances to third. And it's a 3-3 ball game.
Yeah, the play by Cabrera for the time being kept this game tied. The ball gets into center field. More than likely, the Red Sox up a run. But he's able to slide, backhand, throw out Ortiz at first. 1 out with a runner at third, and now a tie ball game.
With 1 out and a man at third, the infield in. And Travis Shaw is at the plate. He's been on twice tonight. There's a fly ball into right. That's Geyer setting up to make the catch. Bogaerts tags, heads to the plate, throw offline, and the Red Sox take the lead.
Well, Brandon Geyer out there in right field. Number one, he didn't have a lot of momentum coming in. Kind of caught that fly ball somewhat flat-footed, and then in rushing the throw, he kind of yanks it. See, he gets caught underneath it right there. Now you try to start up again and rush the throw, and it gets yanked. Probably wasn't going to be strong enough to get Bogaerts anyway, but when it left the hand, you knew it didn't have a chance.
It's a 3-run 7th for Boston. The Red Sox now lead 4-3. Here's Castillo. He swings and loses the bat. Goes all the way to the base of the backstop. Strike the count on Castillo. Two. Bogarts doubles home a run. Ortiz gets a run home on a ground ball. Shaw gets a run home on a fly ball to give Boston a 1-run lead. That will take care of Castillo. He's out on strikes. Through 7 now, 4-3 Boston. Tonight's game summary brought to you by Gold and Diamond Source. It's 4-3 Boston now. A 3-run 7th inning for the Red Sox. Brandon Guyer had opened this game with a home run on the second pitch of the game. Evan Longoria 2 for 4 tonight, picking up a run batted in. Forsythe with an RBI as well. And it's going to be Richie Schaefer to lead off the 8th against left-hander Tommy Lane. So they leave Lane in here. He got the final out, matching up against the left-handed bat of Loney. And Schaefer now, who came into the game 3 for 32 against lefties, will face another lefty here.
Maybe this has been the issue. He's like, that's not my left-handed pitching bat. Give me a new bat.
Well, he was 0 for 2 against Rodriguez, the lefty who started, and he'll be facing one here.
Well, and I think the thinking of Torey Lovullo when he looks at his bullpen, they have struggled. And so you look at how it plays out. Schaefer, the numbers aren't good against lefties. Kiermaier is coming up on deck, so leave Lane in.
First pitch upstairs. The breaking ball. 1-0.
If he throws that again, he may send that to meet up with Guyer's ball. But see that there, right there. That's the pitch. That's the pitch that Richie Schaefer will eventually, maybe not early in counts, but later in counts, will either have to take this pitch or learn to drive it the other way. Because right now that hip flies open, and you can see the swing gets long. It just cannot reach out there.
This one wide, and he takes it 2-1.
You know, the pitch that's up and away from him, he may be able to reach, even though he may leak because his arms are long enough. It's going to be the pitch down and away that gives him issues. That one right there.
And it's 2-2. A shot toward left center field. That's going to go all the way to the wall. Carry him back to Bradley. Big turn. Now he'll have to dig to get back into first, and he's going to be safe. Schaefer, a big turn around first, and the Red Sox played the ball off the wall very well.
Well, and all those pitches, too. Tommy Lane, as he got to 2 strikes, high-quality pitches, he left this one right out over the plate. I mean, just a hanger, and that was the ball that was up. That's the ball that Richie Schaefer can reach. And, boy, he reached out and popped that thing with some authority. So much so, it kept him at first base.
To dig to get back in ahead of the tag applied by Shaw. And it's Kevin Kiermaier. Ground ball in and out of Lane's glove. Now he'll go to first, and up to second base goes Schaefer.
You had a chance at a double play there. It got to Lane quick enough, and Bogaerts was at second base, but he would have had to put some zip on that to be able to double up Kiermaier. It would have been difficult, but you had a shot at it. Watch Bogaerts as he's going to cover. He would have had time to wheel and fire that thing. But you do have a runner in scoring position.
And a pitching change coming. Inning. It's Family Fun Day when the Rays host the Blue Jays for the last game of the regular season Sunday, October 4th. And kids 14 and under can celebrate an early Halloween with a Raymond Halloween mask giveaway while supplies last. Call 888-FAN-RAYS or visit RaysBaseball.com for more information.
Now, let me tell you something. If there's a chance that we could get our hands on some of those early,
yes,
I may be able to get back on camera.
We could do the Open in those.
We could do the Open. Right now, it's like, you know, it's a family show, so I got to stay behind the curtain. But with one of those masks, and it would be more family friendly because I'd look like Raymond, and we could do our thing. It's a thought.
All right. We'll probably have to have a conference call for that.
Yeah, production meeting or in the morning. We do that all the time.
Well, John Jaso is going to pinch hit now for Aaron Sebia against Alexi Ogando. The pitch is a strike. The Rays now with Schaefer at second, representing the potential tying run. They missed an opportunity in the seventh, leaving the bases loaded. They had them loaded with one out and could not get anything additional. Another scoring opportunity now in the eighth. One ball, one strike. Eduardo Rodriguez works 6. Embry 2/3. Lane 2/3. Now it's Ogando. Two balls and a strike. Top of the order, Brandon Guyer is on deck. Foul. It evens the count at 2-2. Ogando out there for the first time since the 15th. Pitched an inning and a third against the Orioles in Baltimore. Jaso pinch hitting, fouls it out of play. Jaso coming in 4 of 7 in his career against Ogando. And a long one down the right field line, but it's going to be foul. He had distance, but it was foul. And count holds 2-2.
Yeah, and Dwayne, he officially has Ogando timed up. That was a 96-mile-an-hour fastball that he absolutely saw well and got a hold of. So he's got that fastball timed up. I would be surprised if Ogando sticks with it, goes to some off speed here. They're going to maybe try to climb the ladder with it.
And it's high. He takes it upstairs. 3-2.
Yeah, that's the only spot to go with that pitch. But a nice job by Jaso to not chase. A lot of guys so eager to swing at the fastball, especially after that long foul ball, would go after that pitch, and that would not end up well for the hitter.
Ogando wants to talk with Hannigan. They've been very deliberate throughout this entire at bat with Jaso.
Well, it's been all fastballs, and so where are you going to go and be safe with them?
Here's what's coming up tomorrow on Rays Live, the pregame show presented by your Gulf Coast Honda dealers. Matt Moore on the mound, and we'll hear from him. And Orestes will break down Brandon Guyer's success against lefties this year. He started tonight's game with a home run off the lefty Rodriguez. Now full count to Jaso. Jaso, a big cut, fouling this one. So Ogando will make his 9th pitch of this at bat to Jaso here in the 8th inning. And Jaso walks. Ogando in a 9-pitch battle walks Jaso. 2 men on with 1 out, and we go back to the top of the order for Brandon Guyer, who hit the 2nd pitch of this game out of Fenway Park.
It was a hanging changeup, and that thing rolled up next to somebody's car. Well out of here.
So here's Guyer. He had a base hit in the 7th. Also a walk in the 2nd inning. Hit the ball hard the one time they got him out. Boy, he hit a line drive caught by Pedroia in the 4th inning. The Rays left 2 men on base in that inning. First pitch is a strike. Slider there. Rays so far have left 9 men on base. They have 2 on, 1 out in the 8th. And Guyer takes strike 2.
Another breaking ball. This one middle of the plate down. Borderline pitch goes the Red Sox way. And now you've got a battle if you're Brandon Guyer. Shorten the swing and just try to put the ball in play. Is Ogando, you know, is going to go for the strikeout here.
Guyer getting time. Ogando continues to take a lot of time between innings. Or between pitches here in the 8th inning. It's down. A ball, 2 strikes. Richie Schaefer singled off the wall. 1 out later, moved to 2nd on the walk. Moved to 2nd when Kiermaier hit that chopper back to the mound that Ogando could only make a play to 1st on. Then the walk to Jaso. In the dirt, and it's blocked by Hannigan. 2-2. New York hitting in the top of the 9th at Toronto. It's 4-1 now, Blue Jays. Here it's 4-3 Boston. And a little base hit the other way into right. The Rays are going to have the bases loaded. Betts came up with that one in shallow right field. Geyer takes it the other way, picking up his third hit.
Well, it was nothing but sliders from Agondo. I mean, what do you expect? You have a guy the same look in the same area just about every pitch, and Brandon Geyer, he shortens on his swing. He goes the other way, and now this Boston bullpen that has really, really struggled, the one part of their team that has struggled during this resurgence, is on the verge of giving it up again. Rays bases juice now with one out.
Grady Sizemore, who walked as a pinch hitter in the 7th inning, is at the plate. Strike one. Slider gives Ogando the jump in this at bat. The Rays had the bases loaded and one out in the 7th, did not score. They have the bases loaded and one out in the 8th. Sizemore takes that pitch for a strike, a fastball.
And this is where, if you're Grady Sizemore, where you really have to go and battle, much like Brandon Geyer, because he was out of sync on the first pitch. He was looking for a fastball. He got a breaking ball and swung was way out in front of it. Now not sure what you're going to get, and you get the hard stuff in there for strike two. Now you've just got to shorten and poke the ball, put it in play.
And a liner up the left side. That's a base hit. Will go into the corner. Schaefer scores. Jaso scores. To third base, Geyer, and the Rays reclaim the lead. A double up the left field line for Sizemore, and the Rays take a 5-4 lead. An 0-2 pitch. Sizemore shot it fair into the left field corner.
That's all he did, shorten the swing. I mean, put the ball in play. He got a pitch that was elevated, and he literally just poked it out into left field. And this Boston bullpen just continues its meltdown. Look at that ball. It's up and it's away. Reach out and flip it into left field. And just that quickly, and the Rays lead again.
So now it's second and third. First base open with Evan Longoria. And they're going to walk him intentionally to reload the bases.
Yeah, and now this is when you need to just deliver the finishing blow. Bases loaded, one out, put this game completely out of reach. And you've got the right guys in to do it against a struggling bullpen.
Bases are loaded. Logan Forsythe due up, and we have another pitching change coming.
Up after the game, it's our Rays live post-game show presented by Checkers. Rich Hollenberg and Orestes Estrada will host. In our Fox studios, I'll be down in the clubhouse gathering interviews from the Rays, including the manager Kevin Cash. And we'll have highlights, guys, of that big series opener between the Jays and the Yankees. That game's over. Toronto wins it 4-2. David Price now 8-1 as the Blue Jay. And Dwayne, the atmosphere is absolutely electric right now up at the Rogers Center. Back to you.
Yeah, you can only imagine what it's like, and the Rays will be headed there upon the completion of this 4-game series here in Boston. And while the Rays have taken the lead here, Gene Machi will come on. He is the 5th pitcher of the game and will inherit a bases-loaded situation with Logan Forsythe at the plate. 1 out. He takes a pitch outside. Logan drove in a run with a base hit back in the 1st. Has a home run in 3 at-bats off this Boston right-hander. 2 out of 3 against him. And now he's ahead in the count, 2-0 with the bases loaded. Three balls, no strikes.
And really all the misses have been pretty wide of the zone. Some easy takes for Forsythe as he firmly in control of this count.
There's a strike. 3-1. Schaefer and Jaso have scored in the inning. Geyer's at 3rd. Sizemore is on 2nd. Longoria's at 1st. High shot back into right field. Betts will back up to make the catch. Here's a tag. Geyer from 3rd heads to the plate. Over to 3rd base moves Sizemore on the sacrifice fly by Forsythe, and the Rays get their 6th run and again lead by 2. It's 6-4.
This big 8th inning and a little bit of breathing room courtesy of Logan Forsythe, deep enough into right field. It's been such an odd game.
Has it not been?
It really
an odd game, yes. Here's Asdrubal Cabrera. It's a ball. Cabrera, nothing of 4 tonight. Reached on a fielder's choice his first time. Rays get 3 runs off Rodriguez, now 3 charged to Ogando. Sizemore driving in 2 in this inning. Forsythe the other run. It's 1-1. Rodriguez, the starter, worked 6. Embry 2/3. Lane 2/3. Ogando at 3rd. Now Machi out there. And the count is 2-1. foul ball, 2-2. With that Toronto win over New York, Blue Jays have a 3.5 game lead over the Yankees. David Price goes to 17-5 on the year. Strike 3 call. Cabrera not happy, but the Rays are. They pick up 3 runs in the inning here in the 8th. Grady Sizemore's double chased home 2 of them, and the Rays now lead 6-4. Continues to be your home for postseason action with the American League Division and Championship Series. Don't miss a moment of the drama and history. It all begins October 8th on FS1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Rene Rivera will take over behind the plate for the Rays now. Aaron Sebia lifted for the pinch hitter. Brandon Guyer, who started in left and made a quick trip in the 8th to right, goes back to play left. And Steven Souza Jr. here in the bottom of the 8th will take over in right field. And on the hill, that's Xavier Cedeno. So Guyer in left, Kiermaier still in center, Souza in right. Infield remains intact. Rivera behind the plate, Cedeno on the mound. He'll face Brock Holt. First pitch is a strike. Holt 2 for 3. Drillman a run with a base hit in the 4th inning. One ball, one strike. Cedeno worked a third of an inning yesterday in the Baltimore series. There's Brandon Gomes up in the bullpen. 2-1. Archer for 5. Romero, Colomé, and Cedeno. Colomé and Ogando are the pitchers of record right now. Holt turning away from ball 3. 3-1.
This is the last thing that you want to do, a leadoff runner because of a walk. So Xavier Cedeno needs to find that release point muy pronto.
There you go. He finds a strike. 3-2. Strike 3 call. Holt caught looking. A 3-2 curveball. 1 out in the 8th.
Well, and this was going to be a borderline pitch, and I think that's what locked Brock Holt up. I think he, out of the hand, said this is going to be ball 4, so he's just not going to swing. This curveball stays kind of up, but it catches that inside corner at the top of the zone. That's not where you expect that pitch to be.
There's Ryan Hannigan. He's 0 for 2 with a walk. Strike 1. $33,673 here tonight. It's thinned out a little bit since the early stages of this game. Cool and comfortable evening in Boston. 2 strikes the count. A ball and 2 strikes. Foul back. We mentioned the Blue Jays beating the Yankees 4-2 in another game involving potential postseason. The Angels are in Houston tonight. The Astros lead 6-1 in the bottom of the 8th of that game. Houston starting the day a game and a half behind Texas. And a cut and a miss. Hannigan is out on strikes. Interesting thing about the American League West, even if Houston hangs on to win that game, they would be a game back, but all of it on the loss side. So they'd still be 2 back in the loss column, even in the win column.
Yeah, and the loss column is what matters. Those are the games that you cannot make up, and so they would have played 2 more games.
Jackie Bradley Jr. was hit by that pitch. He threw him a curveball, and it just got Bradley Jr., so he'll head to first.
And that's going to bring Kevin Cash a slow walk out from the dugout and probably going to make a move here.
Brandon Gomes has been busy in the bullpen. Here's the hit by pitch. Got him on the elbow. So a new pitcher for the Rays back in a moment. Sports 1 with highlights, instant analysis, and live look-ins from around the league. MLB Whip Around, weeknights at 7 p.m. Eastern on Fox Sports 1 and streaming live on Fox Sports Go. Brandon Gomes on now with a runner at first and 2 outs. Gomes to face the top of the order, Mookie Betts. Betts has been on base 3 times and lines it into left for a base hit on for the 4th time. Wasting no time at all. 2 walks and now 2 singles for Betts. And the Red Sox have 2 men on with 2 outs here in the 8th.
Brandon Gomes comes in the ball game, and like that ball, he was trying to get that thing to track to the outside corner and down. It stayed up, and Betts rips it out into left field. And now 2 outs, 2 runners aboard. Rays with a 2-run lead.
Dustin Pedroia, he's been on 3 times. Pops it up, foul ball, and back out of play for a strike. A walk and 2 infield hits tonight for Pedroia. He has a run scored. The left-hander Robbie Ross Jr. up in the Boston bullpen.
That's now 6 of the last 7 games, Pedroia with multi-hit games. He has been red hot.
Ground ball, shortstop, backhanded throw across the diamond. It's not going to be in time, and the bases are going to be loaded.
Well, make that a 3rd hit. Cabrera electing to go after Pedroia and not try to get the lead runner. Bradley Jr. in 3rd. This is a tough call. Let's see. Evan is over to cover. You got a chance to come up there firing to Evan and get Bradley Jr., but he was going to first base the whole way and just not able to get enough on the throw. See how he had to hurry that. And now bases loaded, like you said, Bogaerts at the plate, who last at bat doubled high off the wall and left.
So an infield hit, as it turns out, for Pedroia. So they're loaded, 2 gone. Here's Bogaerts. Pitch is down. Bogaerts, as we mentioned at the outset, came into this game hitting .345 with men in scoring position. He did not offer at that one. It's 2-0.
Breaking ball down and away and able to hold up. Gets tougher and tougher.
That's a strike. 2-1. Nine hits for Boston. Pop up, right side, foul. Will it be playable? No. And the count goes to 2-2. James Loney over there, and Rene Rivera headed in that direction as well.
And you would expect Brandon Gomes to stick with off speed, and specifically that slider. That's been a pitch that has given Bogaerts trouble all night. The slider down and away. He has consistently chased that. Now, granted, it was Chris Archer's slider. That's a different type of slider. But still a pitch that he is more than willing to expand the zone on. Let's see if that's what they go with.
He struck out on one in the 5th on a wild pitch he reached. It's 2-2 right now. High shot down the left side, back and gone. Grand slam. Bogarts hits it out. Boston takes an 8-6 lead.
That's the danger of the Green Monster. Bogarts out in front on the breaking ball, but strong enough to lift it down the left field line. And if you can do that and get it high enough, that thing can go. And that's exactly what it did. Unbelievable turn of events here. 2 outs and nobody on. It started with a curveball gone awry that hit Jackie Bradley Jr. And then base hit, home run, different game.
Now David Ortiz takes a pitch down. Well, the Rays had taken a 2-run lead. Now the Red Sox take a 2-run lead. Two and 0. To strike 2 and 1. Hit batter, 2 singles and a long one. 7th home run of the year for Bogarts. Gives him a 5 RBI night. They've all come in the last 2 at bats. Three balls and a strike. Big cut. 3 and 2. The home run swing.
Look at how he was able to get underneath that breaking ball, and Brandon Gomes knew it. He just swept it.
Long one to center. Kiermaier's going to go back in front of that wall, and it's off his glove. Having trouble picking it up, and Ortiz winds up at second.
It gets tricky out there. The nook out there at the 420 sign, you know, it's almost a right angle. And Kevin Kiermaier got out close to that wall right there and just did not secure the catch. He was there in plenty of time. You can see him track it. He's there, he reaches, and he just missed it.
The Rays will make another pitching change. We'll be back. run for Ortiz. He had reached on the error charge to Kiermaier, originally ruled a double, but they did change it. So that'll be the 4th error of the year charged to Kiermaier. He was there and just didn't catch it. C.J. Riefenhauser is on, pitcher number 6 for the Rays. Riefenhauser to face Travis Shaw. It's a ball and no strikes. Popped up. Will this be playable? Rivera to the stands, out of play. It's 1-1. Ball and 2 strikes. Guerrero, the runner. Riefenhauser to Shaw. Runner takes off for third. Throw down to third and safe there. Longoria had to break to the bag with the left-handed bat of Shaw up there. They were shading him to pull. You can see how far Longoria was off the bag. Throw to the bag and a steal from Marrero.
And then Marrero able to swipe that bag off of Riefenhauser. He got a good jump and picked a breaking ball, a good pitch to run on. And oh, hey, listen.
We haven't had one of these in at least an inning and a half.
This is good news. More replay.
So we'll take a quick look at that play at third. Marrero was ruled safe on the steal attempt.
If we could get the both of the umpires perfectly framed, that is the face of Major League Baseball now. It's really good.
Take a look at this.
There comes the foot. There's the glove.
Good. Hey, how about this?
Tag. The foot's off the bag. Nothing. Now the left shin hits. Left leg and a tag to the chest. Well, that was interesting to say the least, but I think he's going to be safe.
Well, if he had a tassel on his glove, he would be out.
Well, listen, we talked about that this game. They're going to have to, maybe between today and tomorrow, you go to work on something like that. But you're right. The tassel would have grazed the jersey, and this would be an easy call.
Yep.
As it is, looked like the tag missed. The foot missed the bag. The back leg caught the bag, and then there was a tag to the chest. So here's the glove and the foot. But don't be fooled. These two are not going to come into contact with anything. There's the foot, going to miss. The tag's going to miss. Now watch the back leg. The follow leg as the tag goes to the chest. There's no... I don't think there's anything touching there. Unless he has the biggest quad in the history of baseball. I can see the shadow. No, nothing. You can see the shadow of the glove. No, that you can see the shadow on the inner thigh. And then, I mean, this is great. This is great stuff.
Well, they're reviewing the play at third, getting close here to a final decision, and he is safe. Well, he's safe on the steal of third, and the 2-2 pitch to Shaw is fouled. So Marrero gets his first big league stolen base. It was reviewed, and he still has a steal.
And he can afford to get way off a third base. I mean, if he wanted to steal home, he almost could, because Evan Longoria cannot hold him on where he's positioned.
Fly ball lifted into left center field. Geyer and Kiermaier. It's going to be Geyer to make the catch. Well, a big eighth inning, all with 2 outs for the Boston Red Sox. Grand slam off the bat of Xander Bogaerts gives them an 8-6 lead. Grand slam, the difference in this game now. Bogaerts lifting Boston to an 8-6 lead going into the 9th inning. Robbie Ross Jr. on the pitch for Boston. He is pitcher number 6 for the Red Sox, on to face James Loney. Loney sends a high fly ball foul back into the stands. Strike one.
You know, the more you look at that replay of Bogaerts' grand slam, the more I'm convinced that, much like we were talking up here about Brandon Gomes is going to try to go to that slider, I think he was cheating and waiting for that pitch, because that was not a bad slider by Gomes. It was at the knees, maybe a little bit below. It was away. But Bogaerts went right out there after it. I mean, look at him. It's like he was cheating for it. Okay, that's not a bad pitch. Look at him just go out there and sweep it. I think that he knows, listen, they have been getting me out with this pitch all game long, and they're going to go back to it in this money spot. And he went out there and beat Gomes to the spot. That's all that was, a clutch hit by a smart hitter who made an adjustment, noticing what the Rays were doing against him.
Loney takes a little low right there, close. It's 2-2. foul out of play. Now full count. It's 3-2. Into left center field. Bradley Jr. over from center makes the catch.
Bradley Jr. caught that ball in left field. I mean, by the time he ended up running that ball down, he was just to the center field side of left. If that makes any sense. Wait, look at where he's already positioned. And by the time he gets to the baseball, he is almost in straightaway left field.
Richie Schaefer. One ball, no strikes. There's a shot way out of here off the bat of Schaefer. He hits one out of Fenway. He makes it a one-run ball game. It's now 8-7 as Schaefer connects, hitting his 4th home run of the year.
Well,
and he has one off a lefty.
Yes, and don't make a mistake. I'll tell you what, Richie Schaefer got into this. Robbie Ross trying to come in, not sure why you would do that. I mean, that to me is just no scouting on Richie Schaefer. We know he likes to leak down towards third base, and you try to come in, you leave it middle, and that's what he does to it. Great job by Schaefer, and Rays now just one swing away.
Here's Tim Beckham pinch hitting for Kiermaier against the lefty. One ball, no strikes.
I mean, we've seen the effectiveness of the pitch down and away to Schaefer. And if you want to pitch him in, you pitch him in for effect. You don't pitch him in for strikes. Ross tried to pitch him in for a strike, and Richie Schaefer said, no, you don't. And he dented somebody's car.
A couple car alarms might have gone off tonight.
I mean, Geyer in the fur, a good bookend.
Well, Beckham has 9, and he has that kind of power.
He's looking for the same thing, I promise you. Oh, yeah, lay it in there.
He shoots this one foul. Look out down there in the camera well.
Yeah, you could hear that up here. I got you, my man.
One and one now.
See, that's the thing, too. You got to keep the shot. You got to keep the shot, and you could be taking shrapnel.
Ground ball headed to short. Bogarts to his right, and the throw back across. Nice play right there. Well, he's doing it all.
He really is. I mean, he is feeling it right now, and this has been the type of year that Bogarts has had. That was not an easy play, and he made it look such. Thought maybe Beckham could get this in the hole, but now you got to hurry that throw. And look at this. I mean, Travis Shaw, it could have ball right to him. Easy.
He got rid of the ball quickly after he got there. A lot of impressive elements in that play, capped off by the accurate throw.
Here's another home run threat.
Steven Souza Jr. That's a strike.
And he's about due. He's been stuck on 15, it seems like forever.
2 strikes. 1-run ball game here after the Schaefer home run. Rays down to their final out in the 9th. A bit of that one foul.
The last home run for Steven Souza Jr. And granted, there's been some injury time, obviously, but it was on the 4th of July.
Yep. In New York.
Yep. A Betances curveball, I believe.
That's exactly right. The 1-2. The right side foul. We're in the 9th inning. 15 runs have been scored in this game, 21 hits. Red Sox lead 8-7. And it's all over. Souza strikes out to end it. An 8-7 final. Boston takes the first game of this 4-game series. And with this win, they'll move ahead of the Rays in the American League East. 8-10-1 for the Red Sox, 9 left, 7-11-11 for the Rays. For Brian Anderson and the rest of our crew, Dwayne Stats, hope you've enjoyed the telecast and not the outcome. Red Sox defeat the Rays 8-7. We'll be with you tomorrow at 6:30.